抽签仪式即将开始，请直播间的各位请勿走开。
欢迎大家来到第4届怀化市旅游发展大会暨 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站的比赛现场。接下来将要进行的是败部第7轮的抽签仪式。首先抽败部胜者的签位，念到名字的选手进场抽签。杨少杰、58号赵建波、57号下面抽胜部败者的签位。唐春晓、58号加雷斯波茨、57号。抽签仪式到此结束，稍后公布运动员的比赛场地。
感谢裁判团队主持抽签仪式，稍后会公布运动员比赛场地，并且有统一大入场，感谢各位。
杨少杰、唐春晓 TV2 号台，赵建波、加雷斯波茨 TV1 号台，请运动员抓紧时间到比赛场地进行检录。
本届赛事诚挚感谢深度合作伙伴 Joy 乔氏中式台球球桌、比利时雅乐美台球、LP 球杆、野豹台球杆、奥秘台球杆、毒蜘蛛球杆、天耀球杆、飞瑞威力球杆、李斯球杆、奥斯本兹球杆、林肯球杆、塔里克球杆、利百文8848台泥、H153台泥、小麦皮头、 超级蓝钻皮头、TP 巧克粉、库洛克巧克粉、幸运1号巧克粉、胜利者沙发、天一沙发、正红胶边、罂粟胶边、老鹰胶边、欧尚地毯、星星暴走、维厨酒庄。在这里要感谢官方赛事系统服务商北京乔氏以利科技有限公司、指定官方配件商城卓越台球商城等单位和品牌对赛事的大力支持。要特别鸣谢人民网、新华网、新浪体育、今日头条等20余家综合媒体平台，抖音、快手、优酷、火山等视频平台，微博、微信等综合媒介及生活平台等互联网新媒体的大力支持。赛事详细信息推荐查阅微信订阅号“台球圈有料”。 远水平生，天下和宁。一杆定乾坤，小城大外交的东方叙事。当名山时的亿万年沉淀，化作球桌上的方寸天地；当只将和平中的千年回响，激荡在台球碰撞的脆响中。这座曾以受降名城、铭刻民族脊梁的小城，这里曾见证中华民族一寸山河一寸血的抗争。来自5大洲的选手击球开赛。乔氏集团董事长乔元徐所言：“从巷口球房到洲际赛场，我们击出的不仅是黑八，更是人类对和平的永恒守望。”一杆定乾坤，小球赚大球。只将与世界此刻共击球。5、4、3、2、1，中式八球国际大师赛。这里是第4届怀化市旅发大会暨 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站第3阶段败部第7轮的比赛现场。此刻欢迎运动员、裁判员。And now let's welcome athletes and referees. Table TV2 TV 2号台将由缅甸球王杨少杰对阵女武神唐春晓，裁判员玉林。And now let's welcome Table TV1. 现在，让我们欢迎 TV1号台和平芷江台。本场比赛将由纵横之剑赵建波对阵黄金战神 Gareth 加雷斯波茨，主裁判李亚萌，助理裁判佘真真、张梦蝶。有请各位移步比赛神器乔氏金腿球桌。此刻正在线上的各位，我们正在芷江为您直播中巴转动世界球童，这里是中式八球大师赛。芷江比赛开始。
加雷斯波茨你好，赵建波你好，请双方选手争夺开球选择权。听我口令，预备，3、2、1，开始。赵建波获得开球选择权。
Good day, everyone, and welcome back. Day 8, Stage 3. Just 6 players remaining now at the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour Zhijiang station here in China on the TV table for this losers bracket round 7. Gareth Potts from the UK against Zhao Jianbo from China. This is a race to 17 winners break format, and this is a losers bracket, so although it says double elimination there, player who loses this match is out, unfortunately. So Zhao Jianbo has been in the losers bracket since his second match in Stage 3. Stage 3 started with 32 players, 16 of the top international against 16 of the top Chinese players. So he did win the leg, and let's have a look at his break. Is he using the softer, more control break, or the max power break that we saw in use yesterday by Kang Peng? He's using this. This is what I mean. This is the softer break I'm talking about. I mean, you've seen players hit pot a ball harder than that on the table. Yeah, so he won his first match against Tur Amarjagal from Mongolia, 13-5. Lost to Tangshun Zhao, 13-10. And after that, he's had to win every match in the losers bracket to get here, going through Shen Shenyi, 13-11. Now Shen Shenyi is the player that took out Chu Bingjie after Chu Bingjie was beaten by Zhao Ruliang. After that, he went through Temujin from Mongolia, 15-5, Kong Beijing, 15-13, and Zhang Tai, 17-13 last night. So your World Games gold medalist Zhang Tai is out of the tournament. Now, Gareth Potts, so that's 6 matches played for Zhao Jianbo to get here. And that's because he lost that second match in the round. So Gareth Potts in the winners bracket until last night went through Paul Clack from Australia, 13-6, Sun Yan from China, 13-11, Kong Beijing, 15-13 on the TV table, and last night on TV table 2 he lost to Zhao Ruliang, 17-13. So that means your winners bracket final, which will be this afternoon. I'll tell you what time now. Yeah, your winners bracket final will be at 5 p.m. this afternoon local time in China, and that's between Zhao Ruliang and Zheng Kang Peng. That is a race to 19 winners break. So winner of that match will wait in the final after we have round 8 of the losers bracket, and then the final of the losers bracket tomorrow. Final will be on the 27th of September at 4 p.m. local time. Yeah, Potts had to fight against Zhao Ruliang last night. It was a tough match. There was a time it was even scores, and then Ruliang put together 4 break-and runs in a row, consecutive break-and runs to just pull away, and from that time Potts had to fight all the way. And Zhao Jianbo, former professional snooker player, winner of the Division 1 tour here at the Zhijiang station a few days ago, as he takes his first point. Break and run for Zhao Jianbo. So we have a look at the playing conditions here. We are playing on the Joy Q8 steel block table, noticeable by its golden legs. Immediately see it is a Q8, so it does have full steel blocked cushions, which makes the bounce consistent. Also changes the way the balls are taken by the corner pockets, because there's no give in the pockets. Also clothed with Liber win, double 848 cloth. These are the conditions used internationally, especially in all the WPA Joy events around the world. Those continental events that you would have seen, part of the Joy Uniting the World program. So winners break format. We did see Zheng Kangpeng running 4 consecutive racks in a row yesterday. And now this time, a softer break not working now. We're going to see whether he stays with that or changes it. It is a long race, a race to 17. And when I say long race, I'm comparing it to, of course, a race to 5 or a race to 7. This tournament, the final, a race to 23. So first look at Gareth Potts at the table. The only international player to ever win the Joy Grandmasters Finals. 3-time winner of the tournament. Before that, 4-time English 8-ball champion, world champion. Should fall. That hasn't gone in. It's just stayed out. Now Zhao Jianbo to the table, open table. And I think easy pickings on solids for him at first glance. It's just the black ball that he might have to nudge into the stripes to free it. In a shot like that, you actually don't want the double drop because you'd like that ball to stay there as a recovery. Now he's moved one of the stripes. And like that, the black ball is open to the bottom right corner pocket and left center on our screen. And this is why I'm saying you didn't want both balls to fall, because now he has to play the one and think about position on his next ball. If the ball was still in the pocket, he'd have a recovery. Yeah, you see, playing with the spider wrist makes what should be a simple shot that much more difficult. Now Potts at the table and cue ball just off that bottom cushion on our screen. He has a few options. 11 to the center, 9 as well, but the 11 is definitely the easier of the two. And he has to start thinking about the 10 now that he's at the table. It's a pretty long way to roll the 10 down to the bottom left corner pocket. Queuing smoothly is Potts at the minute. it's still that 10 ball that's a worry on the table for Potts. Yeah, he's going for the cross bank into the right center pocket. Cue ball is going to swing around. He's made it. Oh, he'll be very unlucky if he's not on a ball, and I think he is. I think he might just have the 12 at the top end of the table. Now the 15 does go past the 5 into that top right corner pocket. Yeah, nicely going around the angles there to land on this black ball, and well taken clearance thus far from Potts. As he gets his first frame on the board, and that's a good one to get. It's a really good one to get after the mistake from Zhao Jianbo. So how the losers bracket works is you play many more matches because you have to first play the losers in your bracket before you play a loser from the winner's side who comes into the bracket. So at the moment we have the two players left in the winner's bracket. They'll be playing the winner's bracket final tonight. That's Zhao Ruliang and Shang Kongpeng. We have 4 players in the losers bracket. That's Gareth Potts, Zhao Jianbo, Fon Menkyo, and Tang Shunshao. Now, that was, as you saw in the beginning of this match, a random draw. Well, they picked off the table live draw to see which of them play each other. Now, the winner of this match will play the winner of the Fon Tang match. And you could call that a loser's bracket semi-final because the winner of that plays the loser of tonight's winner's bracket final. I hope that makes sense. Exact same format as we have in the Grandmasters finals, where it is double elimination in the last 32, stage 3 of the tournament, until we get to the final. The winner's break format. Potts potting on the break, so he stays at the table. Yeah, interesting. The cue ball went through the gap and came right back up into the balk area. He is on a few though, but awkward bridging over the 4 ball. Yeah, so what you can see is with the losers bracket, you're playing so many more matches, usually twice a day, and the winners in the winners bracket play once a day. So by the time you come to the final, the player that's come through the losers bracket has sometimes played twice as more matches as the as the winner from the winner's bracket. Now there are positive and negatives to that. The positive, of course, is you've played a lot of matches on the TV table. You've played a lot of matches in general, a lot of match play. The downfall could be race to 17s, race to 19s. You're looking at 3.5 hour, 4 hour matches. Over that period of days, you're looking at 9 days, 10 days. These players are machines, but at some point in time, fatigue does play a part. That's just from my personal experience watching these matches and commentating on the double elimination rounds. I've seen it, that players have come through and in the final they're not playing the same as they were before. Yeah, Phone is currently playing Tang Shun Zhao at the moment, and that's on TV Table 2, which should be available on WPALive.tv. Let's have a look at the score from that match. Yeah, currently Phone Mankyo is 2-0 up against Tang Shun Zhao. The player at the table now, Zhao Jianbo, he's had a tough road to this last 6. He's had to go through Tang Shun Zhao where he's lost, and that's put him in to this loser's bracket. He's had to go through Shen Shenyi, who defeated Chu Bingjie. And that's an in-form Shen Shenyi. He's really, I would rate him top 10 currently. And then of course Kong Dejing, we saw Potts defeat the other day, 15-13 on the TV table. And then your gold medal winner at the World Games, Zhang Tai, which was last night. Zhao Jianbo winning that 17-13. Now Zhang Tai and Tang Shun Zhao, students of Zheng Yebo, a name that you are definitely familiar with. And I would say before Chu Bingjie, he was the most successful Heyball player on the planet. He's not going to get the cue ball as close to the black ball as he wants here, because from this angle it looks like he's off straight on the wrong side for the 15 into the center. So cue ball should be coming around where the balk line meets the cushion, maybe just under. Yeah, exactly where the balk line meets the cushion. A lot of reverse side on the cue ball to pull it back in the angle towards the black ball. As Zhao Jianbo goes 2-1 up against Gareth Potts with a rack and run, and that's off a mistake, missed pot from
天集
Gareth
团
Potts.
创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大，精确、可靠、
专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
Yeah, now you can see the level at which Zhao Jianbo plays at. That's the reason he won the Division 1 tour a few days ago. And I can tell you something, ask any player who's come to this tournament or one of these station events where there's the Division 1 tour first and then the Super Tour. The Division 1 tour is an open draw. You're looking at 100 international players with 600 odd around 600 Chinese players, so 704 players, open draw. You can draw Chu Bingjie in the first round, TV table 1. And for this player to come through that. And look at the break, he's got the break almost perfect. So far potting on 2 out of 3 breaks. And that keeps him at a 66% rate of potting a ball on the break. Now in the final of the Division 1 tour where he played He Wenchong. Now He Wenchong not in the tournament anymore, he was knocked out. But also another fantastic Chinese player. I'd also put him in my top 10, the way he cues the ball, almost effortless. But yeah, it was a tight match because of the low percentage of balls made on the break, but as soon as one of them did start making a ball, that's when the match got interesting, and yeah, it was over quick then. But so far in the station event, He Wenchong holds the record 6 consecutive break and runs on this table. And that was against Zhao Ruliang.
10秒。
Yeah, deep on the cue ball, he's going off those top 2 cushions. Look at this. Now the angle on the 11, it's naturally taking the cue ball into the 13-5. And I think he's on the 13. Yeah, clever way in which he played that. He stunned into them. He could have rolled the cue ball at pace into them, but that would have taken the cue ball down and he would have most likely not been on anything. So very clever shot from Zhao Jianbo. Yeah, now the normal shot in this case is you could go 2 cushions around for the black ball in the same pocket, but he might just get a glance off the 4, so he could be screwing into the side cushion here. Oh, that's another clever shot, screwing into the 4 to try and hold the cue ball. He's left himself on the black ball. It's not an easy one. It's there. It's there. Cue ball safe as well. Zhao Jianbo takes his 3rd point.
谢谢。
3rd point, 2nd break and run, 1 rack and run. So 3 points for Zhao Jianbo, 3 clearances. So far, 100% clearance rate for Zhao Jianbo, 66% potting a ball off the break. I mean, the contrast in the breaks from what we saw yesterday, we saw the soft break not working for Kung Peng, and he changed it up to the really powerful break, started making balls, but have a look at the way he hits the ball. He almost makes that look effortless. He just strokes into the cue ball, transfers the energy so well, controls the cue ball as you see. And for the cue ball to end up there without being kicked, it shows you how center he hit the pack. And also quite center on the cue ball, of course. I tell you what, Gareth has his hands full against this player at the table. So when he was a pro snooker player, 74th in the world, he did have a few good finishes at the station events as well. Just 22 years of age is Zhao Jianbo. And that makes you think, if he's playing this game so well, when was he a pro snooker player? At what age? Would have been around 17, 18 for him to still be able to change to this game and play at such a high level. Just 22 years of age. So that win in the Division 1 Tour, one of his best performances thus far, and it is rare that you see the player that wins the Division 1 Tour going this deep in the Super Tour as well. And the reason for that is, think about how many matches the player has played.
10秒。
From the beginning of the Division 1, 704 players down to 1.
4, 3.
Every day, 2 matches a day. Wins the tournament, comes back. And now in the last 6 of the Super Tour at the Zhijiang station here in China. Oh, what's he done with the cue ball? The player that knocked Zhao Jianbo into the loser's bracket was Tang Shunshao. That was in round 2 of the winner's bracket. So his second match in the winner's bracket, Tang Shunshao defeating him 13-10. A recovery shot needed on the 6.
10秒。
He's currently 3-1 up, but if he lets pots back to the table, the score is not going to stay that way. It's close, it's not there. Off the outside jaw. Now what has he left pots with?
10秒。延时。
Yeah, Gareth taking his extension, so it's either that the gap between 3 and 15 is very tight, which it wasn't, or that was the reason to know exactly where he was going to put the cue ball after that shot. The way the balls are situated, you'd prefer to take the 13 and 12 to the bottom right corner pocket. Because at the moment, towards the left, it's like one could be blocking each other, which is the reason he's taking on the 14 now to open up that pocket.
10秒。
Yeah, it looks like that was the right shot. Now, if you saw, he did land. He landed on the 10, which was definitely the easier shot to play. But he pots the 10, and then might have to a difficult 13 or 14 into the corner, where you might be shooting into half a pocket. So
10秒。
so important to realize what's the right shot in a situation like that. It's now up for the 15. Leave an angle on the 15 to get back down or get onto the right hand side of the table on our screen for the 10. Preferred to get as straight as he can on the 10 and as close as he can, and that's pretty good. Little stun run for the black ball into the bottom left. Very nicely taken from Gareth Potts, as he gets his second point on the board, and that is his first rack and run of the match. Clearance off his opponent's mistake and first visit to the table. Yeah, I predict quite a tight match between these two. It's going to be Zhao Jianbo trying to put together a few consecutive break and runs, and if he does make a mistake, Potts is going to be right there to keep the pressure on. Of course, Gareth can flip the script and take the lead, put a few break and runs together himself.
第6局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Now, when we did see him on the TV table 2 days ago, his break was quite good against Kong de Jing. Also well controlled, a bit harder than his opponent's break. But now he'll be analyzing that. He'll be looking at where the 1 went and where the 15 went. Now the 1 went outside jaw, 15 went before the center. Zhao Jianbo back to the table. He's currently 3-2 up in this race to 17. Round 7 losers bracket match against Gareth Potts.
10秒。5。
Yeah, currently top 2 international players in the world at this game, Gareth Potts and Phone Min Kyo. The difference between those two players is Phone Mint lives in China and has been living here for the past 5 years or so. So you can understand the advantage that you have living here, playing against the best. There's tournaments every week in China. Even the local tournaments where you have the likes of Zhao Ruliang, Liu Haitao attending those.
10秒。
So week in, week out, if you're playing with the best players,
5、4、
think about what happens to your game, the way it elevates. That's going to be, I think that's going to be costly for Zhao Jianbo. That might have just cost him the lead. Looked at an easy shot with what he was trying to do. Top white the cue ball off 2 cushions. And the cue ball was almost tight on that side cushion. Yes, I would say that Gareth has to put in twice as much work to be at the level he is at.
10秒，延时。Jianbo.
Touching ball on the 15. Now in Heyball rules you can play a touching ball. So if you wanted to, you could play through the 15. Of course not a push shot, you could glance the 15. Obviously no need for that. Yeah, I really expected him to do a lot more. With that chance at the table, as we see this 13 again, but it's also where the cue ball was situated. Although the 15's not causing a problem directly, just knowing there's a ball right next to the cue ball, it'll definitely affect things, hamper you slightly on the shot. Always push the black ball onto the right side cushion. And currently Phone Mint is 4-0 up against Tang Chun Zhao. 1 break and run, 1 rack and run for Phone Mint. And he's looking solid, he always does, especially in the latter stages of a tournament.
10秒。
And usually it's just one part that lets him down from what I've seen, and it's the break. Especially when he goes up against the top Chinese players who have the break down. Because his potting and finishing abilities is on their level. That's what we saw yesterday on the TV table. Tang Shun Xiao against Zheng Kongpeng. Her breaks were letting her down slightly, and then he comes, makes 4 break and runs in a row. I think it was actually 5. It was 5 break and runs in a row. He went 2-0 down, made a clearance, 2-1, and then 5 break and runs in a row to go into the 8-frame player interval, 6-2 up. And after that, he never lost the lead. Did Kang Peng in that match.
10秒。
So he's going to have to play the 6 where it lies. Now from this angle, the 6 can't go off the 10. If the 10 was outside the center pocket, if the 10 was slightly lower, it could. Final of the winners bracket is at 5 p.m. local time this evening. That's 5 p.m. China Central Time, China Standard Time. It was not an easy black ball, by no means. And I have to say, this is the frame for Gareth to equalize the match at 3-all after 6 frames played. Yeah, I don't really see any problems on the table for him. There's 4 stripes left, important frame to get a 3rd point on the board. Not only that, he did miss that 13 to the bottom left corner pocket earlier in the frame now. It's always nice to win a frame that you thought was going to cost you. Top side of the 15 to get back down to the black ball. Yeah, very nicely taken by Potts as he gets his 3rd point in the board. Score 3-all in this race to 17. The winner of this match plays the winner of the phone tongue match. Score on that side, TV table 2 is currently 5-0 to Phonement Cure over Tangshun Zhao. He has 2 break-in runs, 1 rack-in run. So just by looking at the scoreline, okay, Tang has won her first frame, so score 5-1. You can see Phone is definitely in form on TV table 2.
第7局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Better break from Gareth this time, potting a ball on the break. So he's evened up the scoreline now. It's a chance for him to take the lead. Cue ball stays on the table. Yeah, somehow Phone he prefers the losers bracket because he's always so successful when he gets into the losers bracket. He really does cause damage in the losers bracket, and I'll be very surprised if he doesn't make it to the top 3 of this tournament or further. There's been times where he gets into the losers bracket quite early, playing twice a day, and then we've seen him in the top 3.
10秒，延时。
It's a very big frame for Gareth now to get the lead and maybe even put together a few consecutive break-in runs. As we know, he is one of the best front runners when he's ahead. It's very difficult to catch him. Yeah, has an angle on the 6 to the top left corner pocket. Gets stunned down off the right-hand side cushion for the 4. And the black ball should pass into the center. It's tight to the 14, but it does look like it does go. And the way he's left this, it's almost natural for the cue ball to get off the cushion and come out for the black ball in the center. Slightly awkward, of course, with the cue ball so close to the left-hand side cushion. there. Gareth gets his first break and run and takes the lead for the first time in the match as well. 4 frames to 3. Yeah, very neat clearance from Gareth Potts. Now, at 8 frames, we have the player interval. It's currently up by 1. Either goes into that 5-3 or 4-all. And at 3-2 up, we did see Zhao Jianbo make a few mistakes in that frame. It was a frame with a few mistakes from both players, and then he missed the black down the right-hand side cushion. Not an easy shot, but he missed it by quite a bit as well. And it looks dry. Yeah, nothing in on that break. A few clusters though, from what I see. And once again, 15 comes before the center pocket. 1 goes towards the center pocket jaw. It really is so much easier to see that from that camera angle above the table. Stripes in play, and the first thing I see is the 9 at the bottom end of the table on our screen. There it is. Now that can't possibly go. Oh, look at what he's done. That's an error. That is a misjudgment of position. I think he figured he'd be able to bounce the cue ball off the 4. And now a few mistakes creeping in from Zhao Jianbo. Enough that he has to use the jump cue on his 3rd shot at the table. 15 for the center. It's not there. Yeah, now this is if Gareth Potts wants to really take charge in this match, he needs to inflict maximum amount of damage with the chances like this. Yeah, solids weren't looking good at all, so that's why he's decided to go for a tactical play. And also, you can see he wants to secure the frame, wants to go into the player interval up on the scoreboard. Now from this angle, it looks like the 5 and 2 don't pot into the corner. Problem is, where is the connector to them? There's no other solid on the bottom end of the table. Yeah, which is why Gareth is doing that. There's a good chance that by Zhao Jianbo trying to get out of the snooker, he does that. There we go. That's exactly what Gareth wanted.
犯规，
No, it wasn't a foul.
没有球持库。
Oh, ball didn't touch the cushion. He
你不是
touched
勾的
his
是
ball
这个
first.
没有，可以看一下回
The
放。
referee called a foul. Let's have a look at this again. He's made contact with his ball. Stripe hit. Oh, he hasn't touched the cushion. Wait, the 5. The 5. No, the 2.
是没有持库，是没有球持库，你可以到上面看一下。
Ah,
对，没有球
it's
持
the
库。
2. Let's see. Now you have to make contact with the cushion. Let's see if... No, it didn't. It didn't.
自由球，
Yeah, foul. And that is, I mean, that's even worse for Zhao Jianbo. It was bad enough that he broke up the problem balls for Gareth. Good call by the referee. Very good call from her to catch
10
that.
秒，延时。
Yeah, if he's going to go for the clearance now, it looks like he takes the 7 on, leaves a slight angle to play the 4 next. And that slight angle gets him off the cushion to play the 3 afterwards. Now the 2 does connect to the 5 at the bottom end of the table. 5 ball is enough away from the cushion to maneuver the cue ball for the black ball in the same pocket. That's the route he's going to be coming down. Angle on the 6. There we see the 2 ball. That's the 2 ball that didn't touch cushion on Zhao Jianbo's shot. Now cue ball between the gap of 14 and 11. Needs to slow down. It's good. Slight angle. He's gonna have to play this with a bit of inside. Gareth Potts lost in the winners bracket last night to Zhao Ruliang. Score 17-13 in favor of Ruliang. Zhao Ruliang and Zheng Kongpeng will be playing in the winners bracket final at 5 p.m. Yeah, that pocket has not been kind to Potts. I think that's the second or third ball into that pocket. Yeah, winners bracket final will be tonight, 5 p.m. local time in China. That's Zhao Ruliang against Zheng Kongpeng. Race to 19. Oh, he's playing the combination 11 onto the 2. He needs to keep the white safe. Has done. And he's opened that pocket, so the 9 goes into the bottom left now. Now pot's going to be coming off one cushion, left-hand side of the table, into the 5, and it should be close. It should be close. A legal shot, as the 5 did make contact with the cushion after contact with the cue ball, but that has caused a few more problems for Zhao Jianbo. Is he looking at putting the cue ball there? Because if he is, jump shots being allowed in the game of Heyball. Of course, it's not an easy jump though, but let's see. Yeah, almost equal distance between cue ball, object ball, and object ball, object ball. It's not even full ball, so 3 options: the jump, the swerve, or cushion first. The problem with the jump, getting over the 9, you're already having to put quite a bit of power, so it's coming in hot on the 5. Yeah, he's going cushion first. So with that now, the 10 goes into the bottom right corner, but not the black ball. He's placed the 10 nicely outside the right center now. Yeah, what he wants Gareth to push the 5 onto the cushion. That's what he wants here. To push the 5 safe by attempting it indirectly, and then he's free to get his 4th point on the board. Now Gareth doesn't have an extension. Referee called 10 seconds already. He's playing this at some pace. And black ball still not available to the pocket, but all the stripes available, and the 9 can take him into the black ball. Yeah, there we go. It's black ball's going to go in. Oh my word. I can't believe that. What an unfortunate way to lose a frame. As we go into the player break, Gareth Potts leads 5 frames to 3. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes as we see that replay again. Straight away you could see ball off a ball, black ball goes into the center. That is very unfortunate for Zhao Jianbo.
金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要。 只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。
10秒。第9局，加雷斯波茨胜，比分6比3，开球清台。谢谢。
Very nice break and run from Gareth Potts there as he gets his 6th point on the board. 2 break and runs, 1 rack and run for both players now. Score 6 frames to 3 in favor of Gareth Potts. And on TV table 2, Phonement is currently 7-2 up against Tang Chun Zhao. Phonement with 2 break and runs, 3 rack and runs, and Tang Chun Zhao with 2 rack and runs. So from that scoreline, to me, it looks like she is struggling with her break once again, which we saw last night against Kung Peng.
第10局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Yeah, Potts worked really hard for that frame before the player interval. And then, of course, Zhao Jianbo had a chance, prematurely potting the black ball in the center. And ball not made on the break this time from Potts. He's currently 6-3 up. Zhao Jianbo deciding it was not worth going for. And we might see another tactical frame between these two players now. Yeah, because it's almost like single elimination now. This is the loser's bracket, so you lose, you out. So Tang Shunshao makes it 7-3, and she's had a third rack and run, and she's potted on the break this time. So when we look back at the score, it might be 7-4. And what a pot Zhao Jianbo has pulled off there. Work to do on the 13-5 for him. 9 looks like it does go into the top left corner, which will open up the 12 afterwards. Oh, he's playing tactical. Open up the 13 and leave the cue ball stuck to the 5 ball. I can tell you, Potts as well, master tactician when it comes to the game of pool. 8-time or 4-time World English 8-ball champion. He hasn't left him anything easy to pot, so Potts will also have to play the 7 towards the 5, push the 5. Yeah, that's worked well, but look at the cue ball. You could see what he was thinking there. It was a really good shot to play the 7 towards the 5. Try push the 13 safe, put the 5 in front of the pocket. There was a lot going on there. Least of which he expected the cue ball to be going in off the black ball. Now in the last few frames, where Zhao Jianbo has had a chance, he has been slightly careless with his chances. Made a few mistakes, missed a few pots that would have never expected. Exactly what I'm talking about. Ball in hand. It just shows you anyone is capable of missing a ball in this game. Yeah, I can't understand what's gone on there. Now the way the table is, with the 13 being in front of the 3, and the 7 and the 5, Zhao Jianbo is still a favorite, but Potts is going to take the 3 out. There we go. And that one shot has just opened up the entire frame for Gareth. That's as long as he can see the potting angle of his next ball, which I don't think he can. From where the cue ball is, the 1 doesn't go. The 3 doesn't go to the corner. It's the only ball he can actually see to pot is the 4. Now that's an excellent pot. best one of the match thus far. Because you missed that, frame's over. No chance Zhao Jianbo is not making that clearance. Yeah, nicely done. And the 6 does pass the black ball into the top right corner pocket. Oh, it actually glanced the 12. He didn't have the full pocket to work with. Got a nice roll off the 12 for the 1 to the center. Yeah, that miss with ball in hand for Zhao Jianbo has cost him once again. Gareth Potts takes his 7th point. He leads 7 frames to 3 now over Zhao Jianbo. This is a race to 17 winners break format, round 7 of the losers bracket. Just 6 players remaining, and winner of this match will play the winner of Fon Min Kyo and Tang Shun Shao. So far in this match, 2 break-in runs, 1 rack-in run for each player. Score 7 frames to 3 at the moment. And he's made a ball on the break. Match time so far, 1 hour and 22 minutes of play. There is no time limit on these matches. So we go all the way to 17. Yeah, I've never seen that many mistakes from Zhao Jianbo. And if he doesn't pick himself up soon, it's going to be too late. So as we said, Gareth is a fantastic, phenomenal front runner. Once he gets out in front, he will do anything to keep that lead. Positional error on that occasion, coming in for the 9. He had to check the cue ball a little bit off the left-hand side cushion to get past the 1. A touch too much pace on the cue ball meant he's not on the 9. And that positional error means that he's played tactical and he's let Zhao Jianbo back to the table. Potts has left him the tempting one ball just outside, about 20 centimeters away from the top
10秒
left corner pocket.
5 4 3
Oh, he's missed that by far. And I think that's what Potts is doing at the moment. He's letting Zhao Jianbo run, waiting for a mistake. Can sense that his opponent is making mistakes, and he's capitalizing upon that, and that's why the scoreline is 7-3. Purely off mistakes from Zhao Jianbo and a break and run from Gareth.
10秒
Oh, he was so close to getting a nudge on the 13, and just a slight nudge would have meant that ball is open. Now he's opened the 13. Plan was to leave the cue ball tight on this bottom cushion on our screen. And what has he left open? I think Zhao Jianbo is gonna return the favor and put the cue ball on this bottom cushion. Because he takes on anything reckless now, he's losing the frame. You have to see it from that point of view.
10秒
And 17 might seem like a long way to go, but 8-3 with Potts breaking again. Yeah, he's played a tactical shot there. 11 doesn't go to the center. Now Potts in a very similar situation now that he's opened up the 13 and 3. Means that if he misses and leaves the cue ball out in the open, high chance that he loses the frame as well. Yeah, very nice pot from Gareth. So a minute ago, the scoreline was 7-3 to Phone Mint. Look at the scoreline now, it's 9-3 to Phone Mint Cure. So he's put together a break and run or two. He is currently on 3 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. And the previous break and run, just 3 minutes from Phone Mint Cure. And this is what I meant by what an excellent front runner Gareth is. Since he's taken the lead, he's not given anything away, securing every single point as it comes. As he takes his 8th point by potting that black ball, he leads 8 frames to 3 over Zhao Jianbo.
谢谢。
So if things stay the same, we will see Gareth Potts playing against Phone and Cure. That's if things stay the same. So Gareth currently 8-3 up. Winners break format. He's breaking again. So far, definitely more table time for him in the past few frames. And that is the perfect break. Except for where the black ball currently is, but I mean, look at the balls tracking to the center, the 9 and the 2. Cue ball stays dead center of the table. And also moving a lot quicker now is Gareth. Now it's just about being able to get into the black ball. It does look like at Potts, as we see the 11 sneaking in off the 7. He's looking at whether the black ball goes directly, whether he needs to somehow move it. And he does have the options, the 13 and the 15, very close to the black ball to get into it if he needs to. If he was going to go into the black, this would be the shot, but it's not worth it. Last ball on the table, you don't want to be... It's not the time to go into it, I feel. Very high chance you're not going to be on the black. Which is why he's opted against it. He's going to play it direct. Yeah, wonderful stuff from Gareth Potts as he puts another break and run on the board, leading 9 frames to 3 now over Zhao Jianbo. Yeah, now we're really seeing how dangerous Gareth Potts can be. Seeing prime Gareth Potts at the moment in the lead and really taking every single point he can get, making sure of every frame at the moment. Brilliant stuff from Gareth Potts. So let's see if he can replicate that break from the previous frame. That was absolutely perfect. Cue ball control and the 2 balls into the center. exactly the same. Yeah, the cue ball stayed. It actually got kicked by the 6. Otherwise, the cue ball would have been where the 6 is. Yeah, Gareth definitely found his rhythm now. 6 frames the difference. Breaking well, potting well. Playing a very clean game at the moment. And if the finish is not there, securing the frame. I would say at the moment he's outplaying his opponent in all aspects. Yeah, that's such a finesse shot. It wasn't as easy as he made it look. Tough pot on the 2 to the top left, and the positional play absolutely perfect. Yeah, I do agree with that statement that Fonement is one of the most consistent players. He's consistently, I would say, top 16, top 8 in these Joy tournaments at least. 3rd place at the Masters in 2025, the Masters Grand Finals. Top 8 consistent. 3rd at the Tianjin Super Tour. 6th place at the Masters last year. And what has Gareth done there? I just glanced up at the screen and I see him missing the 5 ball. It was a great opportunity to go 10-3 up for Gareth with another break and run. Would have been 2 consecutives. Yeah, I knew he was going to play that. Instantly knew he's playing that shot. Tell you what, that's a tough enough pot without having to do that with the cue ball. From that angle, stunning into the center pocket, cue ball off one rail into the group of stripes that he had. He's not been rewarded for his efforts. Yeah, if you were watching the match against Zhao Liang, Gareth Potts against Zhao Liang, it was misses like those that cost him. He was making them quite often. And Ru Liang he was in the mood to punish. From what I've seen, he's found another level. Top tier at the moment is Zhao Liang, and we'll see tonight. Zhao Liang against Zhang Kongpeng. Both of those players very consistent. In my opinion, I would have to say that Ru Liang slightly more consistent than Kongpeng. Then again, a lot depends on how they are breaking on the day in the match.
秒。
But yeah, so far, Zhao Jianbo hasn't been able to capitalize on the small mistakes coming from Gareth. So those mistakes not costing him frames, but this one might, because he's going to be coming back cue ball behind the black ball, and he's 5 not in the pocket. And if Gareth does make contact with the 3, automatically pushes the 15 closer to the corner pocket and opens it as well, which is why he's played it at pace.
犯规。
Foul ball in hand for Zhao Jianbo.
自由球。
In this scenario, if I was Zhao Jianbo, I'd be leaving a piece of the 3 on. Because as you see it, the 3 is not potable. But he has to find a way to release the 15. So if you leave a piece of the 3 on, your opponent has to play towards it. Otherwise, it's an intentional foul, of course. Yeah, no, that's exactly what Zhao Jianbo wanted. He wanted him to open that up. And now the 3 ball is safe if the cue ball is anywhere in the middle of the table. And Tangshan Shao has pulled one back. She trails Phone Mint by 9 frames to 4 at the moment. And it's been a while since we've seen Phone versus Pots. Battle of the top 2 international players. As Zhao Jianbo makes a nice little clearance on stripes and takes his 4th point. He trails 9 frames to 4 from Gareth Potts. 13 frames played now in this round 7 losers bracket match. It's been a while since we've seen Zhao Jianbo at the table breaking.
第14局，赵建波开球。
And that looked like 2 balls in on the break for Zhao Jianbo, so he stays at the table. Now score at the first break on the player interval was 5-3 Gareth Potts.
10秒。5、4、3、2。
Yeah, I agree with that. Today, the table is responding to the less power break, and also with Gareth Potts, I would say it's about a medium power in that, but we'll see later on. We know Kang Peng has both of those breaks in his arsenal, and so does Ruliang. They are able to switch it up depending on how the conditions are behaving. So currently 6 players left. So loser of this match would be considered 5th to 8th place. Yeah, 5th and 6th loser of this match and loser of the Tangshan Shao Foneman Cure match. Players walk away with 9,700 US dollars. That's 70,000 RMB. That is the currency in China, or 9,720 US dollars for the loser of this match. Now the 15 does go into the center pocket. Yeah, but he's not happy with that. Preferred to go into it, and this time I'd say it's worked out, but he's straight on the 12 to the opposite center pocket, so he has to run this through. Cue ball has to go past the 1. A little bounce would be helpful. Yeah, not bad. And with the angle he's left himself on the 11, the cue ball will naturally drift away from the cushion slightly more. That's a good pot. If you've played this game, you'd know what a tough pot that is. Makes that look much easier than it actually is. And I tell you what, he's most probably potted that ball upwards of 10,000 times in practice. It's been a while since we've seen Zhao Jianbo at the table. And this is more like it from him as well, as he gets his 5th point on the scoreboard. Gareth Potts still leading 9 frames to 5 after 14 frames played. Yeah, that 11 to the top right corner was an excellent shot. It's a very tough shot in this game, and pressure pot as well. You miss that pot at a time like that, especially since you're not playing it in a safe way. You're playing it to pot it, you're playing it for position. you're missing that, you're leaving the cue ball vulnerable to your opponent.
第15局，赵建波开球。
So 14 frames played, 2 more frames before the 16 frame interval. And the 15's in. He's made the 15, he's made the 7 as well. As we said, the table is responding to the softer break. Look at the 15 and the 7. And now with 2 frames left to play before the break, the score could be 9-7 as we go into the break. Or pots could get to double digits as well. At the first break, it was 5-3 to pots. And he was able to pull a huge lead out from 5-3, won 4 frames on the spin to make it 9-3. Zhao Jianbo will have to do the same. He'll have to win 4 frames on the bounce in order to go into the break. Just 2 frames behind once again. And I tell you what, that'll be a small victory for him with the way things have been going in the previous few frames. He'll be looking at that same gap between 13 and 12 to get position on the 2 ball. Has to use the rest for this one. And something you would notice about this player at the table when he's flowing nicely at the table, always leaving himself on the right side. He makes a clearance look quite effortless. His pattern play, his positional play, and then that quickly he can put together a clearance. Break and run for Zhao Jianbo as he takes his 6th point.
蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠。
Fonement has gone 10-4 up with another rack and run against Tang Shunchao. So score currently 10-4 to Phone Min Kyo.
第16局，赵建波开球。
So now 16th frame. Zhao Jianbo has won 3 frames on the spin. From 9-3 down. Where's the cue ball going? Stays on the table. Yeah, he's come from 9-3 down to 9-6. The scary part is how quick he's done it. That previous break and run, just 3 minutes from Zhao Jianbo. And that's another aspect that comes into play. If it's taken you say 25-30 minutes to put together 4 frames, and all of a sudden your opponent comes to the table and puts together 4 frames in 12 minutes, less than half the time. Definitely can be daunting. Fonement and Tang Shunchao are playing on TV Table 2 that is being live streamed on WPAlive.tv. That is WPA's live streaming website. So put WPAlive.tv in your browser and you'll be able to find that match and a lot of other action in billiards going on around the world. And this frame not as open as the previous one. We are behind the right bottom corner pocket. The 13 does go. It's not the 13 that's the biggest problem, it's the 14. The 14 just above the 5 and between the 4 and 5 on the left hand side of the table on our screen.
10秒。5、4、3。
Yeah, he wanted a slight angle on the 12 to the center, so he could come out a bit to play the 10 in the bottom left and get into the 14 from there. But this is tough now. Also, don't put it past him to leave the cross bank. Which he might be looking at. And Tongshun Zhao has won another frame, 10-5. Yeah, he's doing it. 10 ball into the bottom left, cue ball into the 14. Yeah, a shot like that, you deserve to be on the ball. So now he's playing the 14 into the top right. Cue ball of 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 cushions. Have a look at this for a shot. He's going to absolutely drill this into the top. And we'll know if it's in. It's there. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he didn't come around enough. He deserved more on that. Definitely think he deserved better. Is he banking the black ball? No, he's not. Oh, I see. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised that he didn't go for a wild shot, and that means that he's feeling it, that he's currently down. And also played a good shot by leaving the 2 where it is. Yeah, but that's also a great shot from Potts. Full ball snooker on the black ball by the 5. It's going to be very close. Legal. That's a legal shot. Black ball made contact with the cushion. And on table TV2, they are also playing the 16th frame at the moment.
10秒。
He's able to get the 2 ball off the cushion, and he spotted it. His score is 10-5 in favor of Phone Mint over Tang Chun Chao. This is a race to 17 winners break here in the round 7 losers bracket.
10秒，延时。
Gonna have to take care of the 5 at some point in time. It's the only problem I see for him at the moment. Of course, what Potts would like is if Zhao Jianbo puts this black ball safe on the bottom cushion on our screen, which means then he has a lot more freedom. Referee calling 10 seconds. He needs to hurry up. It's going to be close. 2 cushions. And that's a good shot. That is a good shot from Zhao Jianbo. The way he's left it, the 5 doesn't pass. And he hasn't given Potts ball in hand. He has given Potts something to think about at the moment. Big frame difference between 10-6 and 7-9 before the play interval.
10秒。
Okay, so Potts is taking his pieces off the board. More balls off the table, the less place to put the cue ball to hide from the black ball. Oh, is he looking at taking on the double or the bank on the 5? There is another possibility that I see, but if you get right behind the 5, you play the 5 down to the black ball, push the black ball to the bottom cushion on our screen, and the 5 goes into the pocket. You leave the cue ball on the left-hand side cushion, wrong side of the black ball. Yes, you give your opponent a shot on it, but a shot to where? Oh, this is a huge shot. And what a shot that is. Yeah, brilliant stuff from Gareth. That was a pressure bank. Definitely holding his nerve. And it looks like we're going to be going into the player interval at 10-6 in favor of Gareth Potts. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
原有止溪，里有蓝，这里生态优美，山清水秀，五水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县，是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物韦楚酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。她带领当地村民，把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范。助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧，配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅，小资情调的千金民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼。楼高30多米，巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客。荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。韦楚酒庄非物质文化收藏馆陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖，扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温馨浪漫的红酒文化之中。韦楚酒庄的建设始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美侗乡酒庄。同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间人声鼎沸，好评如潮。韦楚酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎《侗情芷江》，以浓郁的侗乡文化大餐惊艳呈现。韦楚酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、 礼的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了三农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。唯楚有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美侗乡酒庄，欢迎您！
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，加雷斯波茨开球。
And we are back after the play interval score 10-6 in favor of Gareth Potts. He was able to clinch that last frame. Zhao Jianbo getting onto the black ball, having no pot available. Gareth having to pressure bank the 5 ball to make that clearance, and he did so. So 10-6 on TV table 1, 10-6 on TV table 2 as well. It's 10-6 in favor of Phone Mancure over Tang Shunshao, TV table 2. Both these matches, round 7 losers bracket, race to 17 winners break. So the winner of these matches currently on will play each other. Winners will play each other. And the winner of that match will play the loser from this afternoon's winners bracket final between Zhao Ruliang and Zhang Kongpeng. Just 6 players remaining in this tournament. Gareth's opponent, Zhao Jianbo, winner of the Division 1 tour a few days ago. 704 players, open draw. So you're looking at about 600 Chinese players, 100 international in that tournament. Zhao Jianbo, winner of that, second place. He Wen Chong, another fantastic player. You would have seen him on the TV table quite a few times.
10秒。
over the last 20 days.
5、4。
Potts is definitely found a rhythm now to be taking on a ball like that. You got Phonman Kyo from Myanmar, currently living in China, playing with the Chinese players, and that's why his game is where it is currently, one of the best international players. And of course the other player, Gareth Potts, only international player to ever win the Joy Masters Grand Finals event, and he's won it 3 times. Obviously he lives in the UK, but one of the hardest workers you'll get, so has to put in twice as much effort to get his game to where it is currently. The 7 on the ball cushion with that shot to Zhao Jianbo. The reason Potts didn't take on the 10 as a pot in the previous shot is because you can see that the 12 currently not available, grouped with the 1 and 6 bottom of your screen.
10秒，5、4、3。
So at the previous break of 8 frames, score was 5-3 to Gareth, 2 frames ahead. Now 4 frames ahead at 16 frames. So not only has he held on to the lead, he's also extended it slightly. I can see when there's no easy clearance on, it looks like he wants to tempt Zhao Jianbo to attack the frame. As we know, he's a very attacking player. And he'll definitely be thinking, how can he open up the 1 and 6? And Tang Shunshao has won another frame, the score 10-7 on TV table 2 between Phonman and Tang Shunshao.
10秒，5、4、3。
Yeah, this frame is going to come down to who decides to try and get into the 1, 6 and 12.
10秒。
It looks like Gareth's going for the pot in the 11. And he went for it. Yeah, that was a definite attempt at releasing the 12. deserved a little bit of good fortune with that shot. He struck that really well. Good pot. Yeah, the only thing he can do, he has to play.
10秒。
Yeah, he has to play the 12. He's going to leave the cue ball on the Lieber win sign. Preferably behind the 4. So he doesn't leave the 5 onto the center, but he's left the 1. But pressure clearance for Zhao Jianbo. With the 15 being where it is in the jaws of the bottom left corner pocket,
10秒。延
not
时。
easy to find a place to hide the cue ball, so I feel he has to go for this. It's there. Yeah, he knew it straight away off the shot. It's there. Now the 6 and the 5. 6 is available to top right, bottom left, or bottom right corner pocket. But also it does look like it is a combination to the center if he needs it to be to the center on the left side of the table. He's played on the 6 to the top right now. Yeah, but in actual fact, taking the 2 is the better option. You play the 6, you're not on the 2 to the center. To take the more difficult 2 now. Yeah, that's why he's played that. Yeah, that's a good clearance under pressure from Zhao Jianbo, and this black ball to take his 7th point does so. Score 10-7 in favor of.
7比10。谢谢。
Tang Chunshao has pulled another frame back. Her first break and run score is 10-8 between Fonement and Tang Chunshao. So she is on her way back in that match. Yeah, I mean, that was a great clearance from Zhao Jianbo. Especially being 10-6 down, score would have been 11-6 if the 1 doesn't go into the top right corner pocket. Now we've noticed that the soft break is working at the moment on this table. And working very well for him. As you see it once again. You know, we call it a soft break. It's not really a soft break. It's just that it's so much more controlled and much less power than the other break that we have seen. Yeah, too many good options. That's why he's taking this long to decide. The way it stands, everything does go. However, in my opinion, yeah, he's going for stripes. So the way I see it, I see the stripes around the black ball. You have to take one to release another. That's the only issue with that. Solids are pretty independent of each other. Little nudge on the 9. Pot's now to the bottom right corner pocket as well. Black ball doesn't look like it goes past the 2, so black ball will have to go either right center or bottom left corner. Both these players currently on 3 break and runs, 1 rack and run. I agree that Potts is very clinical when he goes about a clearance, but if it's there, the player at the table right now, I mean, how quick he can put together a clearance, he can also be very, very clinical, and that's the reason he was able to win the Division 1 tour. Look at that. How many minutes has that been? That's 3 minutes. In just over 3 minutes, break and run for Zhao Jianbo as he makes it 10-8. Yeah, so to be able to make a clearance in 3 or 4 minutes on this table, your pattern play, your positional play has to be excellent, no recovery shots required. Oh, nothing in on the break. The 15 and the 5 both catching the outside jaw of the center pocket. And so far, Zhao Jianbo has got himself back in the match from 10-6 down. Picked up these last 2 frames after the player interval. So this is the round 7 losers bracket. Currently 6 players left in the tournament. Winner of this match plays the winner of Tangshan Xiaofeng Mint match, currently on. winner of that match will play the loser from the winner's bracket between Zhao Ruliang and Zheng Gongpeng. In the losers bracket, there's no final straight. You have to really work in the losers bracket. As you see, Zhao Jianbo lost his in the second round, and he's played 6 matches to get here, whereas Gareth lost last night, and he's only had to play 4 matches to get here. So you always have to play more matches in the losers bracket.
10秒。
And the only reason I think that Gareth played that shot is because the black ball doesn't pot at the moment. Look, the 9 is not easy either, but that's the main reason, because he's left Zhao Jianbo on the 14.
10秒。延时。
He's opted against taking the pot on the 14. Deciding to get the 9 ball off the cushion, and good cue ball from Zhao Jianbo.
10秒。
Winner of this tournament gets 277,000 US dollars. That's 277,000 US dollars for the winner of this tournament. Runner up 111,000, third place 41,000, and fourth place 20,800 US dollars. So there's a huge difference between losing now, which would be considered 5th and 6th place, where you get 9,700 US dollars, and losing tomorrow, where you're already getting about 41,000 US dollars. So definitely a lot to play for, but for these players, it's a bit more than that. I mean, it's a huge accomplishment to win one of these station events.
10秒。
And with players like Chu Bingjie out in the last 32, Zheng Yabo out in the last 64. currently the form of Zhao Ruliang and Zheng Kongpeng, two of the players currently in the winners bracket final. Looking very solid at the moment, those two players. And Phone Mintkyo has extended his lead once again. He is now 11-8 up against Tang Shun Shao. There we see the black ball that doesn't go to the corner, but it does go to the left center pocket. Yeah, it was a good match on TV Table 2 last night. Potts against Zhao Ruliang. Potts kept the score tight, and then Ruliang with, I think, 3 or 4 break and runs in a row. He was just able to pull out that lead and then hold the lead until the end of the match. Ruliang winning that one 17-13 over Gareth Potts. I do like the way Ruliang plays. He's a very, very controlled, focused, clinical player as well. Student of Yang Fan. Now we had a camera angle where we could see the black ball does pot into the, there we go, you can see it. It does go into the center pocket.
10秒。
Yeah, he needed to be much straighter on this 10 to the bottom right to play the black ball into the left center. Oh, he's screwing on and off the left side cushion. He needs the cue ball to move. It hasn't. Now will he reroute and take the black ball to the top? That's the first place I'm looking. I'm looking at the 6. If you catch the cushion first, but the point you're aiming for, it's as if you are aiming for a pocket, because it has to catch the cushion absolutely perfectly, then go off the 6 in. This is a huge shot.
10秒。
Look, I don't put it past a player like him, but this is a tough shot to get right. No, it's hitting the 6 direct. Mint has taken his 12th point. He leads Tangshun Zhao 12 frames to 8. Race to 17.
10秒，没有延时。5、4。
Yeah, the referee telling Potts that he doesn't have any extensions left. You get one extension of 30 seconds per frame and just 45 seconds per shot. Does the cue ball fit? What is...
10秒。
Is he trying to go between blue and cushion?
5。犯规。自由球。
Oh yeah, there was a gap. I think if you would have caught the cushion a bit earlier, might have just been a slight gap. So ball in hand anywhere on the table for Gareth. So far, 2 unanswered frames. One by Zhao Jianbo, and that was a frame-winning shot from Gareth. Nudge the black ball out of the way for the 6 to go through. Definitely now 11th point will be on the board for Gareth Potts in this race to 17. Had a 4-frame lead at the break, 10-6 up. Has a 3-frame lead now. Currently 11-8 up on Zhao Jianbo. 4 break-and runs, 1 rack-and run for Zhao Jianbo. 3 break-and runs, 1 rack-and run for Gareth. Our previous frame was a dry break from Zhao Jianbo, as he wasn't able to make another break and run in that frame. Let's have a look at Gareth's break. 7 should be in, it is. Yeah, and that's why tonight's winners bracket final between Zhang Kongpeng and Zhao Ruliang is going to be a very exciting one. I think we are going to see many clearances, many break and runs. It's going to be a high level, a very high level, intense match between those two players. In my opinion, both very good form. It's a reason they are currently unbeaten in the last 32. But for me, from what I saw yesterday, from Zhao Ruliang. Blinding form from him. Also very cool under pressure, holds his nerve well. Here, big shot for Gareth now to open up. Playing the 10 will open up the 9 and also should open up the black ball as well. Has the recovery 13 and 11 top side of the table if he doesn't land on the 9. Yeah, played that well. Played that so well. So as you see, if the 9 would have gone slightly more out, he would have been snookered by the 4 on it. But that's why the 13 and the 11 are there for recovery purposes. And that's why it's so important to take on those shots early in a frame when you still have recovery balls on the table. Of course, there are unseen circumstances where you have to take it on as the last ball. Yeah, a few days ago in the Division 1 tour, we did have Zhao Ruliang against He Wenchong on the TV table. That was a day 9, stage 3 of the Division 1 tour. He Wenchong, the finalist who lost to Zhao Jianbo in the Division 1 final. And he defeated Zhao Ruliang. I think the score was 15. I think it was 15 or 13, 6, 13, 4. And how he did that was by making 10. Yeah, it was 10 break and runs, 6 consecutive followed by 4 consecutive break and runs. So Zhao Ruliang, as good as he is, he can't play if he sat in his chair. And Gareth Potts, very nice clearance from him. Excellent clearance from Gareth Potts. Gareth takes his 12th point, and there we have it, 4 break and runs, 1 rack and run each in this match now. And the gap back to 4 frames as it was at the 16 frame player interval. So 4 frames played since then, 4 more to go before the next player break at 24 frames played. So now Potts currently 5 away from the finish line and 4 away from his opponent. Yeah, we did see the 14 was heading to the center. It got nudged away, but it doesn't matter. He's potted 2 balls on the break. 4 into the center. Yeah, 4 into the center and the 10 stripe into the center as well. And this is why he's such a good front runner, because he's able to control the match from there. Dictates the outcome so well. If there's no clearance, puts his opponent in a situation where it does benefit him. Fonement is 13-8 up against Tang Shun Shao at the moment. Now the 2 and 1. From here, the 2 and 1 do go to the bottom left corner. He had to look to see whether the 1 goes to the right bottom corner as well on our screen.
10秒，延时。
He's taken his extension. Important next few couple of shots coming up. He's played for the 1 into the bottom left. And there we see the angle that he has on it. Now with that angle, he can either stun through the gap or stun actually half ball into the 11, which will leave him on the 2 ball to the same pocket. Yeah, unforced error from Gareth on the 1. Yeah, he caught that a touch thin, which is why the cue ball ended up where it is also. And with the balls being where they are, I don't think Gareth Potts comes back to the table in this frame. Well, Zhao Jianbo can't afford that. He's currently 4 down against Gareth. When he's ended up almost straight on the 9, this makes things interesting. Now with the way he has to play this to get position on his next stripe, the pace in which he's playing this, as you can see, lucky for him, the 9 is slightly off the rail, about 2 mils off the rail. Yeah, good pot. Yeah, what I was saying, if he does miss that with the way he's going to be playing it, he's going to be leaving Gareth with a shot. And this clearance from Jianbo is off Gareth's break. First visit to the table. And this black ball for his 9th point. Deficit down to just 3 frames now, as he's 12-9 behind Gareth with another rack and run for himself. And Fonement is on the black ball to make it 14-8, and he does so. Fonement cure 14-8 up against Hangshun Zhao in that race to 17. So Fonement 6 away from his opponent and just 3 away from the finish line. Winner of that match plays winner of this match, which will be round 8 of the losers bracket. That match will be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., which will be followed by the losers bracket final tomorrow afternoon, and that'll be between the winner of that match and the loser of tonight's winners bracket final match. Winners bracket final is at 5 p.m. local time. That's in 2 hours' time here in China. Yeah, he really has got that break down, has Zhao Jianbo. And look at where he's aiming on the cue ball. A lot of right hand side on the cue ball. Yeah, he's had to swerve around the 4 and actually throw that inward side. Good shot from Zhao Jianbo. Looking at where stripes are now, this is dangerous. This will definitely be concerning for Gareth. And 14 does pass the 4 into the bottom right as well. Black ball center of the table. Should be no issue at all for Zhao Jianbo. And so far, looking like another quick clearance. It's been at the table now for just 3 minutes. Yeah, reduces the deficit to just 2 frames, 12-10 in favor of Gareth Potts. Zhao Jianbo with 5 break and runs now and 2 rack and runs. Yeah, it's the speed. The speed is scary. If he breaks well, 3 minutes later, a point on the board. Another break and run for Zhao Jianbo. I mean, 5 or 6 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, we spoke about it being a 4-frame gap. Tang Shao with a rack and run. She has 4 rack and runs now on the board as she makes it 14-9. But Tang Shao is definitely struggling with the break in this tournament. That's the only thing that's been lacking from her. Saw it yesterday against Zhang Kongpeng. And now again against Phone Mint. You can see it if you look at Phone Mint with 3 break and runs, Tang Shao with 1 only. Yeah, look at how the 10 or the 11 and 10 just trickle towards the center pocket. So 22 frames currently played, 2 frames away from the next player interval at 24 frames. Yeah, it's something about when a player can put together a clearance that quick. When you sat in that chair, 4 frames up and all of a sudden gaps down to 2, possibly even 1. Especially when you've had to fight and work hard for those frames that you've put on the board. But so far, from the first break at 8 frames, Pot's 5-3 up. He's held the lead. He's kept the gap above 2 frames since then. And not only does Zhao Jianbo break so easy, he also makes these clearances look very easy. He's currently been at the table for just under 2 minutes. And this looks like it's going to be another one. This black ball for 2 consecutive, and yeah, it's another 3-minute break and run if this goes in. It's there. Down to just 1 frame now, 12-11 in favor of Gareth Potts. Now we have the break coming up. The player interval at 24 frames played. Question is, are we all square at the interval, or does Potts go in there 2 frames up? It's either going to be 12 all or 13-11, as you see. Zhao Jianbo 6 break and runs now, 2 consecutive. He's on those 2 consecutives right now. Tang Shao has got another break and run for herself. 2 break and runs, 4 rack and runs for her. She reduces it to 14-10. She was 14-8 down. Now 14-10 at their 24 player, the 24 frame play interval. Big frame now. Frame before the play interval. Oh, he's made the 3 and he's lifted his hand, as you would have seen before. So what he's aiming for is the 10 or the 7 or both, going towards the center. So when a ball goes in like that, like the 3 went in, that's not planned. And I think this is the only game where you'll see a player raising their hand after the break if they pot a ball that wasn't planned. Especially with his break being a slightly less power, more control break. It's a very deliberate break. He knows exactly what he wants from it. He's walked around the table once. Stripes in play for Zhao Jianbo. No, I wouldn't say the Lieberwind cloth is similar to speed cloth because it's a nap cloth. It does have a nap. It runs from the balk down. It's a very fine nap on these tables, shaven, which makes it so fast, but you also get the effect of the nap on the table. And at the moment, the Lieberwind 8848, premium cloth to play this game on, now being used in all major international events. It's the same cloth that all the champions of these events have on their tables or their practice tables. And that's another factor as to why they play as good as they do. Playing on the right equipment makes a huge difference. It's not only the cue you play with and the tip you use, and not only the equipment you use, but the equipment you play on. And now the Joy Q8 and Lieberwind 8848. The international standard for all major Heyball events. Currently the best equipment to play the game of Heyball on. Yeah, I was gonna say you'd see him purposely try and get low on the 14, so he has an angle to get out for his last stripe, and yeah, he just has an angle. Now this player is very lethal. I think he's on 2 consecutive break and runs at the moment. He's not got the cue ball back enough for the black ball, but it should be good. And this is going to be for his 3rd consecutive break and run, and more importantly, equalizing the score at 12-all before the player interval. From 4 frames down. It's there. Zhao Jianbo, 3 consecutive break and runs. He's on 7 break and runs, and more importantly, equalized the match at 12-all. We will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌，成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。
哪个？是没有啊。
And we are back after that player break. Score is 12-all in this race to 17 losers bracket round 7 match. So before the break, Zhao Jianbo 3 consecutive break and runs. Yeah, he's currently on 7. 7 break and runs, 2 wreck and runs for him.
暂停结束，比赛继续。第25局，赵建波开球。
Yeah, he's really found the break, and he's making the break look too easy. The way he's able to make a ball on the break every time, at least in these last 4 racks. On TV table 2, we have Phoneman Kyo is currently 14-10 up on Tang Shun Shao. He was 14-8 up before the break, and she was able to take 2 frames, 1 rack and run, 1 break and run.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, he's overcut the 1 to the top left, so the consecutive clearance streak is over for Zhao Jianbo. Now pots to the table, first time in 3 frames. He was 12-8 up. Remarkable comeback from Zhao Jianbo to make the scores level at 12 apiece. And there we see the 9 now. I don't think it's potable. It does go to the pocket, but to get the cue ball in the gap for the potting angle is the problem. He's pushed the 11 a little bit far. That's become a tough cutback to the top right now. And he's had a glance at the 9, so from where he is, he'd be able to see whether the 9 pots directly or he's going to need to do something about that. Yeah, 9 must definitely pot. Unless, like from this angle, it doesn't look like you got the potting angle. But if you are right behind it, of course, you can see it much better. Yeah, use the full pocket. Nice clearance from Gareth in this frame. He needed it. This was a needed frame for him to not let his opponent take the lead. As Gareth Potts takes his 13th point and second break and run of the match. Rack and run, my apologies. Yeah, it was going to be quite worrying if after the break Zhao Jianbo was the player to win that next frame and then take the lead for the first time since the beginning of the match. Gareth Potts has been leading since 5-3 up at 8 frames played. At this game, the game of Heyball, yes, Gareth Potts is the best English player, best international player currently ever in the game of Heyball. Only international player to ever win the Masters Grand Finals, and he's won it 3 times. Yeah, 4 goes in off the 1 into the center pocket. Just making it in. And now it's Gareth Potts' turn to put Zhao Jianbo in his seat and extend the lead once again. He needs to regain that 2, 3 or 4 frame gap. Zhao Jianbo has gotten himself into this match so quickly. He's made sure that he's played low on the 1, so he's got the angle to come back down this end of the table for the 3 and the 6. Black ball does go into the centers, and it should go into both corners past the 12. This is a real fight for Gareth at the moment in this losers bracket, round 7 against Zhao Jianbo. Having lost that lead of 4 points, being 12-8 up. Yeah, this has been a beautifully constructed clearance from Gareth. That's another break and run from him as he takes his 14th point, and once again he has a gap of 2 frames between him and his opponent. 14-12 up against Zhao Jianbo. It's what he needed. Definitely needed that. He's on 5 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Is Gareth Potts. Foneman Kyo is 14-11 up on Tang Shunshao. That scoreline was 14-8 just before the break. She made it 14-10 and now 14-11. Yeah, I don't think in the previous frame, the 25th frame, when it was 12 all. I don't think Zhao Jianbo considered the one ball that he missed properly, because that miss has now cost him 2 frames. And it was a huge frame at 12 all. If he would have taken the lead for the first time since the early stages of the match, that would have been huge. It's a massive point, a 13 point for each player. Now Gareth has that 2 frame lead once again, potting off the break. And now he's just 3 away from the finish line. I'd like to have a look at the table, see how many balls have actually gone in on that break. Looks to me like he's potted 3 balls on that break. Yeah, 6 stripes on the table and 5 solids.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, you'll be definitely leaning towards solids. I mean, the 5, 6, 4 right in front of the pocket. With stripes, you got a ball on the extreme top of the table, the 9, and you got a ball extreme bottom, the 12. Wouldn't want to put yourself through that extra work. Cue ball having to do a lot more mileage. Yeah, not only are these players potting 3 balls on the break, they're potting it in such a controlled manner. Not even hitting the pack that hard, just so controlled, focused, knowing exactly which balls need to go where, control on the cue ball as well. So not only are they potting a ball, usually the cue ball's in a good position to start the clearance. It's no use you pot 3 balls and the cue ball stuck on the ball cushion. So this is what happens when you put Gareth Potts in his chair for 3 or 4 frames. He comes to the table and puts you in the chair. Now black ball does pot into the bottom right corner pocket. So he's playing for the gap between 10 and 13. Absolutely perfect. `15th point on the board for Gareth Potts, and that's another break and run. 2 consecutive break and run, 6 in total now for Gareth.
全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
Yeah, that just shows the grit that Gareth Potts has. I mean, if you sat in that chair 4 frames up and your opponent comes right back at you and equalizes the scoreline, especially in the way that Zhao Jianbo did, 3 consecutive break and runs, you're going to feel that after the break. Gareth Potts in sublime form. He's currently on 2 consecutive break and runs, 6 in total now. And he's just 2 away from victory. He's made 3 again, and this time the white didn't stay in the center of the table. This is what I was talking about. He's hit them harder. The white's come up the table. It's got an unlucky kiss off the 6. Instead of the 6 staying at the pocket, it's gone in. Now all of a sudden, potting 3 balls on the break, and you don't have a decent shot.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, one big pot is pretty much forced to go stripes. It's not a situation you want to be in where you're forced to take. It's there. That's the big pot we were talking about. If he gets a kiss on the 9, it's better. He does. And look at what we have here. Yeah, but still there's work to do. Look at the 12. 12, we haven't seen whether the black ball does go into the center. It'll definitely go in the corner once the stripes are removed. It'll go in the bottom left. Needs to slow up. He's going to need to put the extension on his cue. So he has the 13 at the bottom of the table. So he just needs to pot this 12. It's not there. Yeah, slightly wide. So 15-12 down. Zhao Jianbo to the table. Now let's see. Now we'll be able to see the fight that Zhao Jianbo has in him. Huge victory for either player in this match. And I feel he's also most dangerous when he's playing the way he's playing now. He's very controlled, calm, concise. Because there are times, I'm sure you've seen, where he can be just a little bit wild. You know, is he being a little bit too calm? That ball just barely making it to the pocket. There we go. We see the 2 pots, the 7 pots as well. And black ball doesn't go. Yeah, black ball doesn't go to the bottom right. Neither does it go to the bottom left, so he's going to have to... Oh, look at the shot that he's planning. Well, what he just did with his cue is he pointed at 2 or 3 cushions around the back of the stripes. Is he playing that? Yeah, he looks like he's winding up for something. Yes, he is. Look at this, 2 cushions. Yeah, that is a fantastic shot. That is a fantastic shot to pull off. Yeah, that's a brilliant pressure clearance from Zhao Jianbo to get his 13 point on the board. And that's his 3rd rack and run. Yeah, he's a shot maker. 22-year-old Zhao Jianbo, former professional snooker player. Yes, indeed. That was a wow shot from Zhao Jianbo to use 3 cushions to come around for the black ball the way he did. And at the beginning of his visit, I asked, will we see the fight in Zhao Jianbo? I think he's answered that question.
第29局，赵建波开球。
7's in. Yep, 7's into the center. So at the moment, he's just 2 frames behind Gareth Potts. Zhao Jianbo 7 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. Gareth with 6 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. And on TV table 2, Foneman Kyo against Tang Shun Shao from 14-8 up. Foneman was 14-8 up. The score is now 14-13.
10秒。延时。
And that's Tang Shun Shao with another break and runs. She's currently on 3 break and runs. Yeah, in just over an hour's time, we will have the winners bracket final on the same TV table 1, that is between Zhao Ruliang and Zhang Kongpeng. That is the winners bracket final at 5 p.m. local time in 1 hour 15 minutes time. So pretty much right after this match. Yeah, unbelievable scenes from TV table 2. I mean, we thought Phone had that match in hand, being 6 frames up and just 3 away from the finish line. But 5 unanswered points from Tang Shun Shao puts her right back in the match. Just 1 behind at 14-13.
10秒。
Yeah, what a shot maker. Zhao Jianbo. One of the best shot makers in the game at the moment. And that's his 8th break and run, and now 14 point. He's within 1 again. Score 15-14 to Gareth Potts. 8 break and runs, 3 rack and runs for Zhao Jianbo. It's that break of his. The break is so dangerous. Yeah, when you're breaking that well and leaving a good table for yourself, plus it helps that he has the skill to clear almost any table that he faces, Zhao Jianbo. So 15-14 in favor of Gareth Potts in this race to 17 winners break. This is round 7 losers bracket. So loser of this match is out of the tournament. The 10's in. It's amazing how no other ball interferes with the 2 that are tracking towards the center. Like, the 10 goes so slowly, it just trickles in. Yeah, that is correct. 29 games played so far. 14 break and finishes total. 5 rack and runs total. So you can say that in 29 frames, 19 of them were clearances in one visit.
10秒。5、4。
Now, is this going to continue, or for how long is this going to continue? Usually when he's found a rhythm like this, the only thing that stops him is a dry break. The only question is, does he take the lead before that happens? Yeah, he doesn't look happy with that shot. I mean, look at the gap that he's fed the cue ball through, the 14 and the 4. He's on the 14, he's on the 7. Tang Shunshao has equalized with Fonement from 14-8 down to 14 all now. I mean, about half an hour ago we were certain Fonement was gonna join the winner of this match. And there was also a time that we thought Fonement against Gareth Potts. But at the moment, the 2 Chinese players are staging an unbelievable comeback. 3 ball goes through the gap between 1 and 11. Yeah, there we see it. Look, you have to admire how easy he makes this game look. does Zhao Jianbo. You really do. Not only the break, but even after that. He's able to take on these clearances so quickly, change the scoreline so quickly. Yeah, so far just 4 minutes in this rack. The previous break and run was just 4 minutes as well. And that's another one. He's now on 2 consecutive. He has equalized at 15 all, 30 frames played. 9 break and runs for Zhao Jianbo.
大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
So at the moment, 15 all on TV table 1, 14 all on TV table 2. Who would have thought? Really, especially when Gareth Potts and Foneman Cure had the lead that they had. So 30 frames played so far in this match. So we will have another player break at 32 frames. That's if we go 16 all.
第31局，赵建波开球。
Now, if he needed to pot a ball on the break the most, it's now. And it's not there. Now, isn't that amazing? The frame for him to possibly take the lead, he doesn't pot on the break. Now, you can answer this question by yourself. Why do you think that is? Why is it that it's the frame for him to possibly take the lead for the first time since the very beginning of the match? So now Gareth Potts to the table, score 15 all, effectively a race to 2 now. Yeah, so far so good for Gareth Potts off that try break. And we've seen that he will definitely capitalize on any mistake and any chance he gets. not only is it a race to 2, it means whoever wins this frame and is on the hill will be breaking as well in this winner's break format. Yeah, I don't think it's bad luck that he didn't pot in the break. That's not my opinion personally. My opinion is the break is like any other shot. It has its own stroke. It has to be played in a certain way, and especially with the way these players break. And I feel that knowing that it was such a big opportunity for him to possibly take the lead for the first time, that little bit of extra tension. And Gareth pots with an amazing clearance to take his 16th point. And that's another rack and run for him. Yeah, and that might be one of the most important clearances in this match now. Race to 17. For a spot in the last 4. Gareth pots 16-15 up. Score is still 14 all on TV2 between Fonement and Tangshan Zhao. Winner of this match plays winner of that match. Now, if there was ever a time pots needed to make a ball, it's now. The 11 is there. Cue ball kicked around. Yeah, cue ball being knocked around a bit, but it's in a half decent position. The final of the winners bracket between Zhao Ruliang and Zheng Kongpeng will be in 1 hour's time. That will be on TV1. Oh my word. I don't believe it. Oh, he got a kick. He got a slight kick on the 14. I don't believe it. Gareth Potts misses the 14 to the center pocket. Unreal. Really, I'm speechless. Stripe secured for Zhao Jianbo. Now this might be one of the most important clearances that he has to make.
10秒。
Yeah, he wanted that cue ball to just drift past the 5, not be on the 5. Makes things a lot more difficult to maneuver the cue ball after the 9. So if he wins this frame, which he needs to stay in the match, we should have another player intermission at 32 frames played. Is he taking the 10 to the top right corner pocket? Oh, they have to show this again, don't they? And that's on the big screen in the arena, so Potts would be seeing that at the moment. This is a huge shot. This is huge. It's there. He's already walking to the next shot. It's there. Oh, this young man at the table. Not only does he win the Division 1 tour out of 704 players, open draw, which means about 600 Chinese mainland players, he goes on and plays like this. And he's not perfect on the 15. He wanted to be straighter. This is a test. This is a tester. He needs his extension for his cue. What a tester this is. And this is a 9-foot table. That's far down. Look at how much of the cue is past his bridge hand. And we're right behind this. We'll know before he does.
10秒。
No, it's not there. It's not there, but he blocks the pocket. Yeah, once it catches the inside rail like that, especially that early, it's not going in. Zhao Jianbo is 22 years of age, former professional snooker player.
10秒。
Yeah, and there's no rush. These matches have no time limit. There's only a shot clock on the players for each shot. Tang Shunchao has taken the lead 15-14 over Phone Mint. Yeah, it's really happening now, isn't it? Okay, so Potts has played the 6 to the pocket, but I tell you what, he's left the pot on the 15. The 15 can go. It's there. That's in. And the cue ball is going to come around the 2. Look at that. Unbelievable. If it's a decider you want, it's a decider you get. Zhao Jianbo equalizes at 16 all. Race to 17. What a pot on the 15 ball. Absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, so we will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I actually think it's going to be more like 5 minutes. I can't imagine what they're going to go do before this frame. So 16 all, Gareth Potts, Zhao Jianbo, and Tangshun Shao currently 15-14 up against Phone Min Kyo.
Wasted you love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
And we are back 16 all. Zhao Jianbo and Gareth Potts. Race to 17, and it will be Zhao Jianbo breaking in this 33rd and last frame in this match. This is for a place in the last 4. Winner of this match plays the winner of Fonman Kyo and Tangshan Zhao, which is still 15-14 to Tangshan Zhao. In about 50 minutes time, we have the winners bracket final. That is between Zhao Ruliang and Zheng Kongpeng, race to 19. Now, the last time that Zhao Jianbo had the lead was in the first few frames. Yeah, score was 2-all. Actually, he hasn't had the lead. No, he had the lead at 1-0 up. He had the lead at 2-1 up. He had the lead at 3-1 up. And that was the last time he had the lead at 3-1, 3-2. After that, Gareth Potts took the lead 4-3, 5-3, and ever since then, Gareth has had the lead. So he put more power into that break. Now, why has he done that? The soft break's been working for him throughout the match at a very high percentage. And he smashed that one. So in the deciding frame, all you want is a chance. Gareth Potts has a chance. Now players have 45 seconds per shot, one extension of 30 seconds per frame.
10秒，延时。
And he's used it. Gareth has used his extension already. The reason I'm talking about the time, because in a decider that might come into play. Yeah, if a player isn't too happy with the rack, they can, if they do find a gap in the rack, they can ask the referee to re-rack the balls for them. We have seen that before. We've seen players make the referee rack the balls 3 or 4 times even. I think we did have an angle of the black ball. I think it does go past the 5 into the top right. I mean, there was a time Gareth was 10-6 up. Didn't look like we were going to see a decider at that time. Tangshan Zhao has taken another frame. She is 16-14 up against Fonman Kyo. Excellent shot from Potts. Yeah, Fonman Kyo was 14-8 up, if I'm not mistaken. So he's not won a frame since 14-8 up. 8 unanswered frames from Tangshan Zhao now. Yeah, he's taking these really nicely. He's double checking the black ball. And it has to go. Yeah, no matter the result, what a performance from Zhao Jianbo, not only in this tournament, but for winning the Division 1 tour. And now he's played against the best international player to ever play this game. Toe to toe, head to head. Deciding frame to get into the last 4 of this tournament. I think he might have to cheat the pocket slightly off the outside jaw. It's there. Gareth Potts through to the last 4. Defeats Zhao Jianbo 17 frames to 16. What a thrilling match, right down to the wire, to the decider. Unbelievable stuff. So, Gareth Potts will be playing the winner between Tangshun Zhao and Fonman Kyo. That will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. But in just over 40 minutes time, we have the winners bracket final. Zhao Ruliang against Zheng Kongpeng. So that's the schedule for today. 5 p.m. winners bracket final. Tomorrow 10 a.m. round 8 of the losers bracket. Gareth Potts against winner of Fonman and Tangshun Zhao. And 6 p.m. tomorrow evening, we have the final of the losers bracket. That's a winner between Gareth Potts, Fonman and Tangshun Zhao against loser of today's winners bracket final. I'm your commentator for the Joy events, Raymond Tilak from South Africa. Thank you guys for joining me and for joining us on the stream. We'll be back in about 40 minutes for the next session. Thank you guys. Take care.